So yeah, game that just dropped today. I have loaded up because it dropped at midnight. Really, really good release time for Capcom. I think they probably released it midnight per time zone. I don't know. Don't quote me. But I mostly wanted to see what some of the changes were. First off, game has been completely rebuilt in a different engine. This is all running in the RE engine, at least according to the opening splash cards. Which, great. That I think that has become Capcom's default engine, because I'm pretty sure that's what Street Fighter 6 was built in. It's what the new Mega Man game, Mega Man Dual Drive, is being built in. It's what, well, Resident Evil has been built in. And it seems to be a pretty solid engine, because I've noticed a lot of engines tend to kind of lean towards all looking the same. Meanwhile, the RE engine, Capcom has been able to make different style games visually. Even if the RE engine's only being used for this title screen, like, these characters, like, their models look fine compared to, say, Resident Evil characters. They don't look like that. They still look like Mega Man characters. Also, I do like the title screen where you can just press Y, swap, and everyone has their own theme and visual. Let's check something really quick. I'm gonna turn on the voices because I want to show this, because it's, holy fuck, there's some wild stuff that they did. So first off, I'm gonna sing my praises for this collection right now, for how they handle certain things. This is the second time Capcom has re-released DS era games, with the first being Mega Man Starforce. But unlike Starforce, the touchscreen has more, well, the dual screen was a little bit more utilized than in ZX. In ZX was mostly used to, in ZX Advent, it was used to quickly swap your A-trans, and some of the biometals used it for different mechanics. Here, you can adjust the size, the positioning. I'm going to leave it by the default because I think the default is fine. Because 9 out of 10 times, your second screen is just going to be used for the custom screen, and that's it. And they handle that very well, which we'll see in combat. Assists. So assists have been changed. They actually separated and added a lot more stuff, because in Battle Network Legacy Collection, the assist was just the max power buster. Instead, in this game, assist is only activated if you hold right trigger. It will activate a speed boost, which is not a massive speed boost. It's not like an emulator where, like, it just uncaps your game and you just go flying. You just run a little bit faster. It's very nice. I've been using that one a lot. You can also adjust the encounter rate, and not just decrease it, but increase it. Which in Battle Network 2, if I remember correctly, you shouldn't have to do, because Starforce 2, if I remember correctly, had a stupid high encounter rate to begin with. And finally, difficulty. You can actually adjust the difficulty of the game in a little bit more of a... It's a little bit more fine-tuned than Battle Network, because Battle Network was just all in. You can increase your buster power, decrease the amount of damage you take, increase the amount of Zenny you make, increase your HP recovery. So basically go with Battle Network 1 rules. After every battle you recover. We have guaranteed escape, which means you'll always be able to run away. This I'm leaving on. The X and V2 boss locators. The way this works is Starforce, like Battle Network, has the ghosts. They will actually have a physical character on the board that you can see. With this in mind, I am going to hunt down all the ghosts that I can find, though they are all pretty much visible now. And then the Battle Network content. This is more relevant to Star Forces 1 and 2. There is some Battle Network content in those games. Oh, hey! Thank you for the sub! And everything else is as we've had it. So, I've already loaded. I loaded up a bunch of them, like one of each game last. To just see what has changed. But we're gonna go with Pegasus for our playthrough. Three years since the space station piece disappeared. The reason I chose Pegasus for the stream was because of the fact that canonically, at least based on the anime, Geo has a Pegasus Transer. In but in my own playthroughs I've been playing Leo because I grew up with Mega Man Starforce Leo. So in the original release, the reason why they faded to black there was you could actually change Geo's name. But it looks like they got rid of that, which I don't mind. There we go. So let's check our this is our transfer, which is the equivalent of the PET. Got our personal page, which is the one that just opened up. And you can see the various battle cards, our health, our level. The level is basically the amount of HP memories you have. There is a way you can manipulate it, but you can't do it yet. You're going to need to wait until after the tutorial. Now, more importantly for this whole thing, the Starforce system. So, back in the Battle Network collection, we had the various bonus cards we could use from the old e-readers. These are that. Instead, this used a cipher mail system. So if we... I'm just gonna choose one random. I don't know what this one will give me. Alright. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, after you send the cipher mail, you close your menu, you get an email from an unknown figure. And you'll get... Okay, I didn't expect to get Vulcan Seed. You get cards, items, all that good stuff. The thing I do like about this game's speed up compared to, say, an emulator's, doesn't speed up the music. It just speeds up your run speed. Ah, yes, these three. Luna Platts of Echo Ridge Elementary. That's kind of like the whole first arc for Geo here. It's going back to school. Or, in his case, not going to school. Yeah, so this is where I'm going to skip past all this. So this is the brother system. No, you don't need to explain it. I'm going to explain it all. I'm going to get past all this so we can see. Yes, yes. On your page here for each game, you can add a message and a secret. There, lame. Let's go. What to put as the secret? I actually don't know. Right there. Nice and simple. I'm gonna go over everything here in a little bit more detail once Luna's done. You have... Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay, I wanted to skip past that because I will explain it in a little bit more detail. That's just the email reminding you where you can go over all those instructions again. So as Luna was saying, there are 6 slots here in the Brother Band system. Over here for these 3 are your the NPCs you're going to be meeting in the game. There are 3 NPC brothers you will form over the course of the game. Over here is they're called, well, quote-unquote real brothers. These are other players you can add from your list of 100. You get some special ones, it looks like. These were included with the game itself. That's actually interesting. I didn't know that. And then, in terms of the personal page, not much here matters to the personal page overall, except for the favorites. The favorites actually do have a direct effect on battle, and you can change them through your card folders. He just comes out here and talks to his dad. And it begins. You died, kid. It's funny, in the anime, when he put on the glasses, he could see, the EM roads, but it was more like just faint lines. It wasn't anything he could actually make out until he was zapped, and then he started seeing things as solid roads, like we do now. This is Omegasis, or in the Japanese version, Warrock. But for short, we could call him Mega. Yeah, that's, yeah, we haven't introduced it. I heard it from a human I met in space. We have to go in and delete the viruses. Yeah, now we've got to find a wave hole. So, this is this game's equivalent of jacking in. Where in Mega Man Battle Network, we had to find computers and other terminals to use PET to plug Mega Man into different areas. In Starforce, you're looking for wave holes. I'm gonna be honest, I like the layout system, not like, but I find the layout system of Starforce to be a little bit more interesting, and it only gets more interesting as the games go on. You just gotta yell EM wave change, Geostellar on the air. So, one thing I'm gonna talk about really quick. With the visualizer, you can take it on and off, as Omega has said, but if you're looking for wave holes, you may notice that that point where the wave hole is looks different. You can spot wave holes without the visualizer, because they'll usually have some visual difference, which is a really cool detail.
EM wave change, Geostellar, on the air!
Also, yes, this game now has voice actors. This was not in the original, and I believe it's the same voice actors as the anime. You can't turn off the voice acting if you don't want to hear it. Starforce 3 was the only one with voice acting, if I remember correctly. It was only one line. It was when you were EM wave changing. You do now. Yeah, because of Earth having weaker electromagnetic waves than his home planet, Omegasis is weaker. Normally he'd be able to fight on his own, but due to him being weaker, he now has to fuse with Geo to become this form. You can pulse out and go back to the real world. You can pulse out. You can pulse out at any point. If you pulse out, it will just take you back to the last last wave hole used to get onto the wave roads. If you enter a computer space and pulse out from there, it'll actually just bring you out a layer, which is kind of nice. I can also appreciate, I forget if this was in the original, but like, there's different themes for being on the EM road when things are bad versus being on the ground. Also, we have our these EM beings are the replacement for the other navies we'd see around. These are Mr. Hertz. They are the reprograms from Mr. Prague. Let me replace this from Mr. Prague. You may notice it is flashing with the icon. The icon there is new. The way you used to do it is you would tap it. Whee! And there's some old friends. Of course, our tutorial enemies are Meteors. Classic Mega Man enemy. They've been around since Mega Man 1. So he does know Gio's dad. Yeah, this is their relationship for a little bit. I do like the relationship between Omegasis and Gio compared to, say, Mega Man and Land, because Mega Man and Land have this deep trust with each other, especially going further once they've learned that they're actual brothers. With Mega Man being Land's actual genetic brother. But Omegasis and Gio are almost like they are forced together and they don't like each other. You have Omegasis, who's this headstrong, like very aggressive personality, and especially towards how Gio is right now, who's very passive and closed off due to the loss of his father. I'm going to skip the tutorial and I will explain it. The rules for card selection are somewhat similar to Mega Man Battle Network, but there are some different rules. So in Battle Network, what you had to do was you matched it by either same chip type or same letter. The way it works in Starforce is it has to be the same column. So for example, you can select both cannon and air spread, but you cannot select cannon and heat ball. Or they're the same card. There are some ways to adjust this, but we don't get that till later. Everything else works just like it did in Mega Man Battle Network. The only difference is, instead of having a 3x3 area, you have only the back row. And you also have a shield. To bring up your shield, you press the left base button. So it'd be square on so it'd be square on PlayStation and X on the Xbox controllers. B to use your buster, which is a rapid fire buster now.
Okay.
And to charge, you just don't fire for a little bit, or fight at all. There's one other major change, and that is to counters. So instead of being put into a full counter state, where a synchro state where you could deal double damage, counters instead will now inflict they will now give you, they'll now give you a free check. White cards are the equivalent of asterisks. You can choose them no matter where you are, what you're doing. The thing is, there are only a few naturally white cards. That would be things like Attack 10. They're follow-up cards. The other ones are whatever your favorites are. The idea is so you can always select your favorites. But if you have multiple copies of one card, then
here they come.
The way it works is if you have multiple copies of one card, then only that copy will be in your favorites. So say you have we have 3 cannons. Only one cannon is our favorite currently. The last thing is the mega attack. If you press the down button at any time, whether it be the down directional pad or down on the joystick, you will enter the mega attack state, which allows Gio to jump forward and attack. This is the way you're going to be using sword cards.
No time.
And he will automatically, he'll always be just directly in front of the enemy, which does make it a little unwieldy for, well, makes you vulnerable if you're using, say, sword right as a Meteor swinging its pickaxe. But you get used to it. A little longer, no. And yeah, that's essentially their relationship. Omegasis is holding information about Gio's father over his head. It is not a friendly relationship for a bit. Megasis does grow on you over the course of the 3 games. Also, it's kind of hard to tell the sprite bark, but Gio's mom actually has one of the Dragon server transers. Also, if you can see down there, I believe Gio has a Wii. Yeah, so Megasis can actually pull Gio around through the transer on his arm, which is a lot of comedy in both the anime and the game. Okay, so next thing to talk about, the wave transer. So you can actually set your transer level, and this will give you various boosts. So if we set our, let's say we set our transer to level 99, cap. I can't back out of this, so don't worry. You know, so you'll get 999 HP, plus 4 attack, plus 4 rapid, plus 4 charge, plus 4 gauge, and a bunch of stuff. No, we're not saving it. I just wanted to show it. I might run it in my free time to, like, you know, card grind. But, you know, that's just something I'd do. Okay, just gotta go around, talk to everyone in town. These are just casual conversations around town. Everyone's kind of living their life. And you see this one weird little patch of grass? It's a wave hole.
EM wave gauge, Geostellar, on the air.
I do like this design for Megaman. I talked about it during X-Dive. So if you go into a transfer, you can see what the NPC's favorite cards are, and you can see their messages. The funny thing is, most of the transfers, they'll have a gimmick. Usually as a gimmick to the character. So Joe Haunt here, you can see, has 2 invisibles and a lot of ghost themed cards. And that's a little bit of foreshadowing.
Pulse in.
Also, you can pulse into the antenna at your house, and this is how you can get to Geo's room.
You ready, Mega? Okay. How's this? All right. That was great.
I'm not going to use the Vulcan Seed until we get to a higher level.
All right. Let's clear them out.
Got you.
You're no match for us.
I believe because this one is still in the normal wave roads, if I pulse out here, I think it will bring me back to
Goodbye.
Echo Ridge.
You're done for. Come back when you can put up a fight. You won't be getting out of this in
Have some of this. Take this. Here I go.
Wasn't even a contest.
If I remember correctly, the counter cards are not taken. Well, they are taken from the deck, but they are not like actually pulled. Also, Fire Ring, love this card. You must have 6 cards set to your favorite. Yeah, since I wasn't in a computer space, but instead inside of a house, it just put me back to the wave pool.
Let's finish him off quick. You're done for.
Go. Take this. All according to plan.
Well, I normally use a lot of sword cards. I don't use them as heavily in Starforce, or at least Starforce 1. I use them more in Starforce 2. The other nice thing about the other interesting thing about doing the transfer jumping is that you can actually get a preview of cards to come.
Goodbye. Did you really think you could beat us?
I will say, I do think the battles are faster in this game. will also, this is a little bit of a knock against the collection. I have a habit of accidentally just jumping into transfers when I just try to talk to people because it's the same button. There's only one other comp space. The only other one besides our house is nearby. Let's see. I would like jet attack, but it's too expensive for me right now. So for right now, I'm just gonna buy the HP memory.
Hold in!
Well, they introduced a jammer. So these are basically the equivalent of heal navies.
Time to let loose. You're done for.
Go! I hope I can get even stronger.
They are just kind of going around causing chaos. He'll wake up with a headache, but he'll be fine. Sub cards are like the sub chips back in Battle Network. They're just ways for you to recover. Well, actually, I'll go over them really quick. There is small energy, large energy, and deluxe energy. Unlockers will unlock the purple mystery data. Search Eye will increase your chance of having the same encounter, and Cloaker is to avoid fights. Oh, great. The Mega Uppercut. A bit? second FMian. Ow, wait. This is Taurus. Too much. So, dog was laying on my lap, but he's laying in a way that's just like cutting off circulation. So, talking about the naming convention really quick for the FMians we're going to be encountering in this game. They are all named after various, constellations. So they feed on loneliness. In 3 days. There's been a... Yeah, so all around town, we had bicycles, rose petals, and warehouses where bricks for flower beds are stored. Which are, guess what color? Red. And the mailbox is also red. The other emails we have are all about like, refreshers on how the tutorials, the combat works in some greater detail. If we go over, I believe it is over here, you can see the mailbox. Really, Luna? It's funny that Luna is always orbiting Geo. This whole first chapter, I think, is paced pretty well for introducing the different mechanics of Starforce, because Starforce itself has some radically different systems compared to Battle Network. In particular, the Transer and the Wave Hole system. Most because like in Starforce, not Starforce, Battle Network, you're always looking for the right terminal to jack into, but here you have to find the wave hole, and then you get a whole other layer of the map to explore. He actually apologized. So, the reason why, the reason why Bud was able to exist in the real world and be seen by real people is the way he transformed as opposed to Geo. Geo's using the wave change card, and it's a little bit more... They're basically being exposed to radiation. Bud just emitted a huge burst of it. Yeah, I'm not doing anything here. This just goes in real time. I kind of love him just running from the fucking truck. And Taurus just went right for the throat. Too fast. He's right, we just saw it earlier today. Starforce is really good about when it's got a puzzle for you, it will give you the answers. Like, you'll see the answers as you are exploring during a chapter. Card, money. What will it be? Money! Which I need. That's probably the only thing I will alter, like, between like, what This is true. You know what Battle Network was? I would say, like, Battle Networks 2 and 3 got a little cryptic. Not to mention fucking 4. But that was also just battle network 4.
I won't lose. Take this. Here it goes.
We blasted him into stardust.
Pulls in.
I'm gonna actually turn off the voice acting, though. I do like the fact that the voice acting is here. You can also switch it back to the original DS era music, which I so far like most of the arranged tracks more, just because I don't hate the DS era music, it's just some of them just sound a lot better. Now we got a giant virus. More money! Am I up by Zenny now just because of the fact, like Battle Network, I'm always just desperate for fucking cash in these games. Then having a lot of money isn't really going to make anything easier. I'm just gonna be able to buy cards, which won't really matter until, I'd like to say, chapter 3, because in chapter 3, that's when we get our that's when the shop there opens. Unsurprisingly, that shop is the card shop. It's the equivalent of Higsby's. I'll double it for now. I'll see how it gets. Whee! Welcome to the first dungeon, the truck computer. You know, it is kind of funny. Both Battle Network and Starforce start with a fire boss. With Battle Network, it was Fireman or Torchman, depending if you're watching the anime or not. And here it's Taurus, who obviously is fire. We've seen it. This is as simple. Just press the buttons that show up on screen. Yeah, it's my first hit I've taken this whole time. You just gotta go around to all these control panels and you get keys. Thing of note, you cannot block fire wheels, because they are they are actually moving onto your tile. They will actually ignore your barrier. Your barrier can block any shot or ranged attack. That is a very important thing to remember, especially for the first boss. My first thing I usually try to do is replace all the heat ball cards with fire rings. Do I have grass stage? No. I'm gonna give up a recover 10 for grass stage, just because I tend to run a lot of fire cards so in this game, so having grass stage is really good because it's double damage. Oh, my beloved, I missed you. Gatling. It's the Vulcan chip, and oh my god. High level, like the Gatling 3 chip cards are so fucking good. Because the thing is with Gatling as opposed to Vulcan, where Vulcan had some piercing shots, Gatling just straight up pushes an enemy into back row, which depending on your cards, can really lead to some amazing setups. Whatever you do not use a mega attack on the flame wheels. That is just a bad idea. Is it just multiplying it after the fact, but it shows the normal amount of Zenny? I'll have to check next battle. Well, next battle that gives me Zenny. Because I'm at 3,500 right now. Also, unlike NetNavis, where NetNavis cause problems that affected people in the real world, FMians can actually drag normal people into the computer spaces. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think in the anime he's... So in the game he's the first one, but in the anime he's not, because I think he overshot and landed on the moon. I forget that was the anime or that was a joke someone made. I don't remember. Yeah, Taurus Flame is not that hard of a boss. Some of the other bosses we're gonna get are a little bit crazier. I will say this, rule of thumb for this game, just like Battle Network, there is no undodgeable attack. It's just some attacks you will have to block your way through. That's just not a good opening loadout. Okay, so yeah, that's how it's working. It's not doubling it on the reward screen, it's just doubling it when it gets to my inventory. As a reason for the sprite work there, if you miss, it's the same icon that appeared whenever you got an elemental advantage in Battle Network. All these fire cards are really gonna come in handy with the later boss. Yeah, I just like flame wheel more, firing more than people, just because of the fact firing can pierce any environmental hazards. It's faster, and I find it just easier to work with in terms of comboing abilities. Also, from what I can tell by checking, to form brother bands, you do need to first battle, someone in the multiplayer. The way that brother bands work is that you can have 100 brothers registered, and these brothers are registered across every game. So, once you form a brother band in this, you can just import their data from Battle Networks 2 and 3 into your copy. I don't know how it works for, game selection, so... Because I don't have anyone on the brother band list to, experiment on this with. I should know, wait, we do, actually, because we have, we have the, preloaded ones. Okay. So those ones you can't choose, but that makes sense, I guess, because they are just special. I mean, they're special ones, so I guess they are just like blank ones for stat boosts if you want to fill in the slots. I'll probably play some of the PvP off stream just so I can fill out my brother bands and start, and that way I can show off the way some of the other mechanics in particular Starforce 2 and 3. 2 in particular. Having a couple brothers in Starforce 3 is really helpful, but having a lot in Starforce 2 will make your life a whole lot easier. Here's our first real boss. If you can, try to hit him with Flame Ring when he's in the back row. That's how you get the real damage out of that card. Ah, fuck. He's blinking. I try not to rely too much on what the counter cards are going to be because it's entirely random. How do we get them out? They can... Well, Alexis, kind of explain. You said that they were planning to destroy the planet. Here it is. And he's taken the name. And he has started a whole problem for himself. I don't believe it's a big deal in this one compared to like some of the stuff in the anime. In the anime, there's a whole bunch of gag episodes where she's just trying to win Mega Man. No one would believe it was you, man. Yeah, that's how they got him, but also that says something about how Megasys is working with Geo right now. Yeah, I gotta do a couple more chapters for that, Geo. Huh. Never a non-eventful type Geo. I know an FMian with wings just like that. Nah, we saw him without the visualizer, so we know he's a human. Look at him, Megasys getting him into trouble. And I haven't lost yet. So this email is the first hint that that a ghost has spawned. Geo. To be honest, Geo needed a Mega Sense in his life, just to, like, pull him out of the rut. So we put on our visualizer. If we run over here, no, I don't think we could see it down here. So I'm actually gonna deal with that first. I'm gonna do this really quick because it won't take me too long. And it'll be worth my while because of the fact that it'll give me a new card. You come over here. You can see Taurus Flame. The reason we can see him is because I have that one difficulty modifier on. It's gonna be the rematch with Taurus, and he's gonna be even stronger than before. And we're done. I don't know if I got high enough rank to get his card. Yep, there it is. Our first Mega card. Taurus Flame. And it's one I do end up using for a majority of the game. Whoa. Oh, okay. So I was just messing around the buttons to see what else I could do. I didn't realize you could do this. So you can actually like check around the map. That's actually pretty useful. But if you push in on left thumbstick, you can actually cycle through your different menus. So here you've got a Megasys. Here we've got our brother bands. We can see our level's gone up from level 1 to level 6 because of all the HP memories I found. What the fuck? Yeah, so I agree with you. This is more trouble than he signed up for. So yeah, we have to go in, deal with the virus. Like how that worked. Usually when you start dealing with like actual story viruses, it'll sometimes give you an idea of what the boss you're gonna be faced with the chapter is. At least elemental wise. These are all normal types. There's no way for Taurus to hit both, but yeah. So Taurus, it's the flame pattern that he's used on us. Think of note, for those who have never played these games before, dimming chips like Mega Chips will not count towards counters. Yeah, no, the more I'm using the speed up, the more I know it's not actually speeding up the game, it's just Geo's run speed's increasing. It's like, I've been using it, you know, so none of the rest of the game is remaining the same speed. There he goes, the RC Chopper. Now if we, new thing, we push in, we can now see Propeller Man. So all these little EM cards that are used for, like, you know, one-off things, all have their own little design with it, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's way easier. In the DS, you had to use a touchpad. Which, oh god, that was so much fun.
Oh, this guy's got history. And it's a new character with a unique sprite, so unsurprisingly, yeah, he's gonna be related to the next boss. We've played Battle Network, we know the drill. Though Starforce does play it a little bit more interestingly, where, so we're not, every boss is not always a new character, or at least Starforce 1 does. Also, to see if he has any more information on your father. Little snitch. Yeah. You don't get any, like, story brother bands for a good while. I think it's, like, chapters 3, I want to say? It's, like, chapter 3 or 4. Yeah, so you can kind of get a idea of the incident that happened. Our next FMian. This one I'd say is definitely one of the more cruel FMians. I still think there's one that's even worse, but we'll get to that one. I do like that we actually get more story though for all of the humans in this as compared to the characters in Battle Network. It was always they were kind of just hired by Wily, or they had some motivation for working with Wily. Here it's the FMEans are taking advantage of some like deep-rooted loneliness in their hearts. So this FMEan actually ended up being like one of the major antagonists throughout the anime. So really quick, we're actually going to create a manual save, and we're actually going to check out the network mode, which is, this is the multiplayer stuff. So we've got ranked matches, yep, casual matches, and friend matches. And yes, right now, I'm going to leave these as, balanced because I don't have a lot I can use. I don't have saves for them yet. Probably gonna lose because I'm probably gonna be fighting people with like crazy decks. No, let's try casual, actually. I wonder if there's gonna be more people there. I'm not expecting anyone, really, just because of the fact everyone's probably still playing through the story and building their decks. We'll give it a bit and see if anything pops. Nah, we'll... I'll check again later. So as I had said to the, Leo deck, I should have switched over to my, Pegasus deck. Also, yeah, the game is always auto-saving. You can kind of see the, Meteor, not Meteor, the Mr. Hertz in the upper right. Which is useful in case, like, say, the game crashes. Yes, it makes this. It is a bus. Another bus. I sense a great disturbance on that bus. Yep, here they are. No, he doesn't. I do like how he just kind of believes them. People... There was a meme that was going around with, Starforce coming back out where it's like, we're your son's friends. And it's just Gio's mom just saying, my son has no friend. Yep. I'm in the live booth if anyone wants to talk. But yeah, I was thinking if anyone was like doing the PvP yet, so I could try to build my brother band list. But no, I think everyone's, because it just released today, everyone's kind of working through the story and building their decks still. Yeah, we're getting ready for Cygnus. They haven't even said his name yet. Fight me! Well, I think you have to battle to form a brother band. I do like that detail, that he's still looking for Gio's dad. I think we kind of feel bad about this particular scenario, about what leads to this whole thing. But I'll talk about it when it comes up. We'll talk about it. Yeah, so the EM waves are used to communicate with 3 satellites: the Pegasus satellite, the Dragon satellite, and the Leo satellite. I think one of them might be a PET sprite, I don't know. In this version, Pegasus. I can agree there. Dragon is statistically one of the better ones because Dragon actually has super armor. It's believed that early in development that the forms are all gonna have like different bonuses, but they dropped it. It was either dropped early in development or added late in development because Dragon was a GameStop exclusive. The only downside of playing Dragon is you get an elemental weakness to fire, and fire is some of the better cards in the game. I could EM wave change here, but I'm gonna save it and come back later for that. Yeah, I already know the versions we're going to be playing, though, going forward. It's going to be Zeker and Ninja for Starforce 2, and Black Ace for Starforce 3.
And there's the misunderstanding. Because he thinks we're talking about the flat pack. When in reality, it's a booster pack. Anakin is one of the more complex areas for navigating the wave roads, just because there are so few actual wave holes you can use. I mean, granted, this probably would not have happened if he didn't have Cygnus gaslighting him. Because he was already on edge because of Cygnus feeding into his insecurities the day before. Not his insecurities, but his fears. And then this just pushed over the edge, and then Cygnus is finally giving that little bit more just to completely lock him down. As I say, I knew one of them had that.
What's I have? Oh yeah, I think I have to talk to her. Yep, there we go. She was all I had to talk to. Only two people here would probably know. Would be Zach or Geo. He's actually enjoying himself. Which is kind of what Boreal wanted. He wanted Geo to have fun. I do like Mr. Boreal. He's basically, Geo's insight to more about his father with him being missing. What? My god, he's a duck! Good call by Megasis, because of course he would know this guy's tricks. We don't have... Yeah, last time, like, the others were in danger, like, theoretical danger of that truck hitting someone. This time, though, people's lives are on the line. Yeah, issue. There's no wave holes in here. The only wave hole we've seen the entire time we've been running around was the one in the lobby. Which means we need to get out of here. May I introduce Keyman? Okay, let's start a debate to everyone. Do we count Pluto as a planet? So, when this game came out, Pluto was already removed. Yeah, as we were running around with the visualizer on, you could see though that the wave road is kind of fucked. And we already have the hint how. You can also pulse out here. I don't think there's any purpose yet. I think it's for a side quest for later. I kind of hope I get wide shot from that. Nope, Thunderbolt. Still a useful card. There we go, I knew there was one back here. Well, let me ask, in terms of type coverage, if you're worried about that for the version you choose to play, you're probably better off going either Dragon or Leo because of the fact that, by the time that the elements become relevant, Pegasus is water damage. Leo is fire, and Dragon is wood. That's probably the easiest it's gonna be for selecting all the cards. Starforce 3, it gets kinda crazy. And Starforce 2 is the exact same system as this one. Yeah, like the bosses after the elements become relevant are outside of rematch bosses are. I'm gonna use wide wave. It's gonna replace air spread. The enemies feature on the cards in that guy's transfer. I'm gonna be honest, they're the main reason you want to always have some sword cards. The only way to hurt them is sword. But they won't be relevant until much later in the game. Actually doing pretty good on my card collection. I think every enemy we've seen, I've gotten their card. Yeah, there's 150 cards in the base game. And you can collect all 150. So the only differences between the two versions, besides the transformations, is the Giga cards. So it's very much like the original Battle Network. I mean the Battle Network games. Which I like. I like being able to collect all the standard and mega cards in one version. Everything's got a fucking virus. I wanted to make sure I could try to line it up or I would hit two of them at once with the flame wheel. Sure enough, wave roads come together. Alright, so Geo's base speed is, if I remember correctly, the equivalent of Megaman Land's run speed from Battle Network. Just having the extra speed though is very from the holding right trigger is very nice. I also cannot get over how good Mega Man's model looks in combat. Because that was the thing that always just looked... The thing that aged the worst from this game was Mega Man's model. It was so crunchy. And just all the viruses look so good. The Bad Network spread work had a charm in combat, but the model work did not look as good until it was cleaned up. There you go, starting to get some of my favorite cards in there. I always do end up using the sword cards. They're just something that consistently remain in my deck. Ah, here we go. Quack! We are the Quacky Lackeys! Insolent fool! We are beautiful purebred swans! But you're not even remotely white. Tuck's wrath is to be feared. You just called yourself a duck. There's a bunch of quackers in denial. I do love this whole bit. Like, the fact that both Geo and Omegasis are kind of in on it. Quack! We will shower you with star shots. Quack! Also, I do love this area's music because it's a remix of Shooting Star, and I really like Shooting Star as a theme. I've been barbecued! Lord Cygnus! So yeah, this and I was actually curious how they were going to do it compared to the original. The other reason why I like Flame Ring over Heat Ball is because of the fact that Flame Ring has that attack on the way back, so it has a chance to double kill. Well, I mean, it has a chance to deal double damage. If I remember correctly, while you're on the panels where they're going to be raining stars on you, you will not have encounters. I don't run as many recovery cards in this game as I did in Battle Network. Yeah, it's just knowing the timing when to release to hit them. Isn't it actually a lot easier than it was on the DS? Because of the fact the DS, you had to slide the rocket up, and it wasn't the most responsive in the fucking world. What? Oh! The game registered the enemy moving there, so tourists didn't go off. And actually, nope, I call everyone but the water enemy because it was in midair. More money! I will say I like having the ability to increase the amount of money we earn, because even with, like, for example, Battle Network being able to speed up the fight with the Max Power Buster, it didn't matter if the enemies themselves were taking fucking forever to die. Not die. If the enemies themselves weren't dropping money, they were only dropping battle chips at that point. But here, you're guaranteed to, you can, just increase the zenny you get. Oh well. At least I got rid of these two. And Wide Wave is just a great card because it hits the entire field guaranteed if you fire it in center. There he is. I forget if it's this game or Starforce 2 and 3 that have cards that actually change how your like the way your mega attack locks. You're the bird enemies so I can actually breathe. If I had more water cards, I'd be able to take advantage of ice fields, but I don't have enough yet. I miss. There we go. This one timing's a little bit weird. Rid of you first. And another one with weird timing. Fucking ducks. Based on speed, I'm firing it too late. Okay. You have to fire it right as right as it hits the edge of the screen and starts heading towards the center. I will say, having the radar missile ones for the next fight, very useful because Cygnus is not an elemental. Finally got him to say what he was talking about. Well, yeah, because he's been basically completely consumed by Cygnus. Good idea if you haven't picked him up already to get Taurus Flame before this, just because it is a really good card. When he does the attack where he summons the other swans, you just look for the one who is the white swan and just shoot that one. None of his attacks are too crazy. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, this is what Cygnus does to people. Nope. Forced to be separated from Cygnus. I think he's starting to. Give him some more time. Ugh. That brings chapter 2 to a close. Weird dream. Wait, shit. I meant to. I skipped the cutscene. And I'd go back too far if I did that, so. So that's all I'll save is when I woke up. Megasis is gone. It's a good thing he is. I did it again. Is that what a thief would say? So he's trying to destroy Omega. Yeah, Geo is basically a walking Z-Wave factory because of the amount of time he spends fused with the Omegasys. But, because of the fact that he's around Omegasys, he also it kind of keeps him from suffering the negative effects. Remember correctly, it's Vista Point. It's always fucking Vista Point. When in doubt with this chapter, with this game, go to Vista Point. Oh, right, this is this chapter. There's Mega. And you might. Geo has a much more complicated relationships than Land. I'm actually double checking something really quick.
so her song is emitting loneliest waves, much like Bud and Tom. Right, I think he already... Okay, so it's not surprising the girl's gonna be related to related to our next boss. The FMian related to this chapter is also a lot of fun. You too? Oh, if you started to check transers, Omegas is back in our transer. We should get that. He should dip for a minute. But also because Omegas is back in our transfer, the Z waves Geo is emitting is probably through the fucking roof. Sonya Strum. Geo has been kind of out of the loop for a while. Cool. It's funny he says that. Geo had the same thought as us. Meg is back in our transer. So it means we're vulnerable again. I'm gonna also double check something. I don't know if I'll be able to start this now. Yes. Turn on the power in that doghouse. We're gonna take a moment before we deal with Cooper. Yeah, wave change. I do still end up using the cannon chips just because they're really good damage and hit scan weapons. I tend to prefer my hit scan weapons. Okay, the reason why we're coming into the doghouse computer is this is a link to another time. It's very important that Scilab data was stolen. Oh, you have no idea. So Scilab, if you do not have the Battle Network content enabled, this quest does not start. After you go there, you start the quest. Oh, we actually haven't seen that EM weight being before. It's basically one of their equivalent of Navis who will walk around. I've never seen it before. It's called the Net. So he's actually, this jammer actually jumps through time. Since the world of Megaman, it's not a surprise. This is Battle Network content. The world of Battle Network and the world of Starforce are the same world. This actually isn't the last time we will be seeing Battle Network in Starforce. It comes up again in the next game. Now we got some mystery data as compared to our mystery wave. Oh, that's us. But also, you can notice some stuff with her, I forgot, she has a fucking fire sword as her favorite card. Which is weird, because, like, all of Luna's other cards are all, what's it called, based? Wood-based. It's something that you could do also, if you get the chance, check the transfers of former bosses. Sorry, I heard my dog making noises and he just threw up on one of my pillows.
Don't give me that look.
If the one asking us for help is Megaman. Megaman got the weapon, the Mega Weapon BN Blaster. That is Megaman.exe. And funny thing is, this wouldn't even be the last time that these two would meet in Starforce. There is the re-release of Mega Man Battle Network 1 called Mega Man Operation Shooting Star, which is almost identical to it's identical to Battle Network 1. It just has an extra chapter. I'd like to say it's after Iceman, where TimeMan.exe appears. He kidnaps Roll, and basically he's been going around He's kidnapped two characters from two different time periods. His data is restored in the era of Starforce, and he kidnapped a character we have yet to meet, jumped back to Battle Network 1, kidnaps Roll, we have, of course, the classic misunderstanding in the two Mega Man fight, and you actually get access to be able to play as Shooting Star Rockman, or the Mega Man of Starforce. Thing is about each of the Mega Mans, they all have full subtitles, like full titles besides Mega Man. So when it's Mega Man, it's Classic, Mega Man X, or just X is our second generation. Mega Man Zero actually, funnily enough, does not actually have a Mega Man. It's just Zero. ZX Mega Man's a title, it's more like Kamen Rider. It's funny because they have henshin sequences. But next on the list, Mega Man for Battle Network is Megaman.exe. Mega Man from Starforce, at least in Japanese, is Shooting Star Rockman, or Shooting Star Mega Man. And then finally, Mega Man Legends is Mega Man Volnut. In terms of the new weapon we just got, so we've had the P-Fangs, which are Omega Citizen's standard weapons, but the BN Blaster is the same. The only difference is it has Rapid plus 5. It's a really good weapon. The only thing you needed to get this weapon back in the original was you just needed any copy of any Battle Network game. It could be Battle Network 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It did not matter. The only one that wasn't accepted, if I had to guess, was probably Battle Chip Challenge. I personally am partial to the Battle Network quest in Starforce 2, just because of the way that game plays with its story. Not story, but like with its actual content. Because here it's just kind of, oh hey, cool, there's Mega Man. Starforce 2 actually has a story with it. This just shows that the organization he's part of has way more advanced tech than they're supposed to. Oh shit, the big wave's open.
In particular, I did want this. This is gonna swap out with one of my fire rings, because that is a good amount of damage. Swap out my other recover 80. Because program advances aren't really a thing in this game, I tend not to run, like, a whole bunch of, like, I don't run, like, a whole bunch of, like, of the same card like I did in Battle Network, proper, because there's no program advances. So this is, Trader Man. You give him 3 cards, and you get a random card to return. So these are, whenever you get extra cards, just turn them in here. He's not gonna give us a whole bunch, so I just figured I'd show him. Yep, so much like Battle Network, where there are random NPCs around who could challenge land to net battles, there are a couple NPCs scattered about who have the ability to yeah, so as I was saying though, with the there are random NPCs around who can EM wave change, and they'll actually battle you. Everyone in town is talking about Sonya. Or the guy talking about Z-Waves. So he knows something, but he won't tell us. So how else do we get it? So now we know where to find the card. Yeah, so every so often when you go into people's transfers, you'll find side quests. It is easier to find side quests in the other, I believe in both the other games, because they mark them, like, before you even go into the transfers. You just have to know where they are in this game. Ooh, Cake Song. That's nice, actually, to have. Yeah, you can see why I like this Buster. Rapid 5 is insane damage. The funny thing is about this kid, so his FMEN is cancer. He turns into Cancer Bubble. And he has a whole episode in the anime where he, if I remember correctly, he takes out, so the kid gets kicked out of a Sonya Strom concert because he's a huge Sonya fan, and then this whole thing transfers over to cancer. To the point where Cancer itself becomes a huge fan of Sonya, even in the sequel series, Starforce Tribe. There we go, and now we get access to a new Mega Weapon. This one is just better all around for right now, so I'm actually going to use that over the BN Blaster. You could probably have done that quest earlier, I think maybe even before fighting Taurus Flame. So it'd probably be more useful to do it early and get it for Taurus Flame. Okay, so we got some EM viruses, so we know what to do. Also, fun fact, this is one of the chapters, I think the only chapter of this game that doesn't have a dungeon. Oh, that was beautifully executed. I'll say Pitcher Man is never used for anything other than hitting people with baseballs. Is he dead? you want the rematch with Cygnus, you have to go to Amkin. We're gonna go back there later, so that's why I'm not going out of my... I'm not gonna go out of my way for a ghost fight. Time to destroy some data. But he also, here's the thing, if he just deleted stuff related to Geo, then it would cause problems for Geo, because it would just make him even more of a suspect. So just delete a bunch of random shit. Okay, we're gonna take a moment. I'm going to get dogs out, and then we'll continue on. Okay, we're back. Let's go. I gotta say though, so far I have been... I mean, there's nothing really done to these games to, like, you know, heavily change them, which they don't really need much, in my opinion. They were already very good games, all three Starforces. But the fact that, I've said it before, I've liked all of the collections so far. The only one I kind of had a problem with from Capcom has been the Classic series, because... Man, I meant to go to sleep. Back during Megaman... well, not even Megaman X. So I think they were at the middle of releasing Zero and Battle Network at the time, so this is years ago. For an anniversary, they released on the PS2 a collection of Mega Man games. It was Mega Man 1 to Mega Man 8 with both Power Fighter titles on one disc. Then when they did the Legacy Collection for Classic, it was one set for 4, one set for the other 4, and no Power Fighters included. I don't even think it has like the quality of life stuff or even the assist modes. So it's just the games, and I don't get why they did that. Wait, yeah, deja vu. Yeah, just repeating the last day. Mega, don't punch people. With this, 90% of the main title Mega Man games, excluding re-releases like... Sir? Like, ignoring titles like Power Up and, like, the spin-offs like Mega Man Extreme. most of the main titles are available to play. So we have Mega Man X 1 through 8, Mega Man 1 through 8, all the Battle Networks, all the Starforce now, 0 to ZX. The only thing we're really missing in terms of a main line, like the big titles, is Legends. And Command Mission, but I don't think Command Mission's ever coming back. The Command Mission itself is still a spin-off. I might stream Command Mission. Because you were shouting. Homeschooled? You'll look for your sweetie unless you decide to be a fan follower. I like Omega teasing Geo about this, about the girl. So if you see the help signal, you see how it's just blinking, it doesn't have that ring around it, that means we're in the wrong area. If you see that, it means we're in the right area, it means we're getting closer. So, yep, the Mystery Girl has a name. It is Sonia Strum. And here's the thing: Geo's design is kind of with the brown hair and all, and being connected to Mega Man. He's very much has a lot of the same energy as Lan, just a lot more depressed right now. Sonia's, in particular because of the hair and eyes, is more reminiscent of Meilu. Actually, if I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, no, it's Meilu's hair, but I think Roll's eye color. Yeah. Yeah, so it's the same shade of green as Roll's eyes, and same hair shade as Meilu's. Where Geo has the same hair color as Lan, but I believe his eye color is what Mega Man's was supposed to be. At least before Hikari did the edit. Actually, no, it's the same eye color as Lan's. Just something interesting I thought I'd mention. Shut up, Omegasis. Also, interesting thing about Sonia, her transfer, or Geo's is the bracelet and everyone else has it on their wrists. Sonia's is her guitar. Oh, the oblivious boy be losing his mind. I will say one cool thing about how Starforce handles traveling the wave roads is it changes from game to game because the technology itself gets more sees further developments. Like the actual like EM technology. We'll talk more about that when we get to Star Forces 2 and 3. Oh yeah, I forgot to help the other kid. Whatever. Usually, if there's someone with a side quest, they'll stay there. They do not move for the rest of the game. Oh, we got a giant. Can't remember if I can get inside the building from outside here, or if I have to wave change inside. I think I have to wave change from the inside. Yeah, you have to wave change from the inside. The wave roads aren't entirely connected from area to area. There are some paths that you just cannot reach. Trying to remember his ghost. So, we're going to use the time here to clean up everything I need to do in this area currently, which is fight Cancer. And also find Cygnus's ghost. The Cancer Bubble's main attack is this one where he bounces around and leaves these, and just shoots bubbles at you. And then he'll also send his claws at you. Because they are physical items that will go to the end of the board, they will pierce your barrier. That was a nasty combo got there because I pressed the wrong button. Yep. Can fight Cancer Bubble here at any point. Okay, so these EM beings are sub card dealers, so they're where you're gonna go to buy those. Oh, like, you go to Boreals, it's all cannons and the radar missile line. I think Cygnus is in here. Two out of three, not bad. Just because that one couldn't actually hit me without breaking that block. If there's Cygnus. It's been a while since I've actually saved. I really hate when these things spawn in the center, because then... fuck. They can do shit like that. They can create unavoidable attacks because there's a delay when, you can throw up your barrier. But the remastered tracks, it makes it feel like the music's more in line with, say, Mega Man X.
Same.
Uncle! I'd like to get Poison Knuckle because that card is just really good. Because it gives an HP bug, which means that the enemy will constantly lose 1 HP. As long as I can nail them with that hit. And I have enough to go get it, I think. If not, I'll up the Zenny gain and go do some more fights. A lot of those other cards that guy's selling, it just gets me them early, but, Poison Knuckle can only be obtained from, doing that. You can only buy Poison Knuckle, you can't earn it.
Who's a weird freeloading alien? This is normal. I kind of wish there was a wave hole in here. God, I forgot how much I love these games, though. I spent so... Of any game I had on my DS, the game I probably spent the most amount of time playing was this. Oh, Mega Man Starforce in general, but in particular, Starforce 2 and 3. I didn't hate 1. I actually really do like Starforce 1. It's just... Starforce 1 being the first game of the series has its own quirks. It's first game syndrome. A lot of my problems with Starforce get actually worked out in the sequel. It's in particular just how this game handles, the transformations. What I mean by the transformations is the, this game's equivalent of, like, you know, Double Souls and stuff like that. I do recommend checking any new character you meet. Check their transer. Because they're... As Geo's pointed out, they're usually hiding something. If you read it, you'll get an idea of what's bothering them for the story. You can't do anything about it, but, like, it's interesting for us as the players. Because it gives us an idea of, like, how the character's feeling past their story, even. Like, if you check Tom's now, if you can find Tom or Bud and you check theirs, it's gonna be different. Yeah, Aaron's, you can see, he's still tormented by what happened to Geo's father. Okay, they're all inside the lab. Ding! That's 3. Oh shit! I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect to be fighting him again so soon, but okay. Yeah, Cygnus is more likely to hit me than Taurus Flame, just because Cygnus has a couple more complicated patterns in his attack than Taurus is. Taurus is realistically really simple. Ooh, shit. I'm also doing a lot of stupid things, so I'm getting hit by a lot of attacks I should realistically be dodging. Even if that didn't come, I was gonna leave it with an HP bug, and then I just had to wait things out. Okay, let's see. Hey, there's Tom. Again, that's the third time I fought him. And I will take the Zenny. I need it. I'm gonna actually up the Zenny game just because... money! It's the only thing I'm gonna use the modifier for. It's just the Zenny. Just because of the fact... it doesn't really affect too much. It just cuts down on, like, actual Zenny grinding. And I'm gonna be grinding anyway for cards. You motherfucker! Oh, that is just disgusting what just happened there. That was the perfect way of, you're fucked. More Zenny. You motherfucker, why? Do I need to have an intervention? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I think we need to have an intervention, PK. I call bullshit.
It's that one I'm missing. It's the last one, or I don't think there's any more in the lab. Why fish? Okay, where is this last one? I don't think there's any in this area? No, wait. There's the Sea Fangs. They are another weapon from Megasis. They are weaker than the ones I'm using, but they cause an HP bug with the charge shot. Or may cause an HP bug. There it is. Yeah. I do kind of find, like, Sonia's message right now. It's like, oh, you poor... No! But you get the vibe already just by meeting her. She's very similar to Geo. Except she's putting on a face. I think she was just happy at the fact that Geo didn't recognize her. The thing is about this, I forgot, yeah, that's the issue with this weapon. It's not a guaranteed HP bug, unlike Poison Knuckle, where Poison Knuckle is guaranteed to be a bug. Also, we checked, his transfer now. We can't help him right now because I have the other side quest, but yeah, no, he's all excited now. He's got a friend. He's in a much better spot than he was earlier. I don't think it's... I forget. I don't think the FMEN of this chapter has appeared yet. Gio kind of gets it, but Gio's also at the point where he's like, I don't know if I can tell anyone how to deal with this, because Gio's kind of in the same spot with when it comes to going to school with his dad and everything like that. Like, every time, like, your dad would want you to go and make friends and blah, 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 and it's just not set in yet. Poor Mr. Boreal, he's trying to help. He tried. He really did try to help. And this is the start of Gio learning to actually stand up for... Oh, Mega's gate... Okay, I'm going to ask, of the people we've met so far, Luna's been trying to pull him out. The Grand. She means well, but she's really trying to force him. Omegasis is the one kind of just giving him the kick in the ass, like, we should do shit. And Sonia's kind of the final piece to get him back... Well, get him kind of out of his funk. I mean, Gio tried, which is a huge step up for Gio. Yeah. Her and Gio are exactly the same. Well, not exactly the same, but they're both in the same position. Gio's not at the point yet where he can stand up. No, not stand up, but where he can say it. Mostly because he doesn't... I don't think he wants to say it, because he thinks it's that thing. If he says it, it's basically... Him talking to Sonia is basically just a reflection of himself. I'm just wanting to give up. Sonia's is a little bit more... is a little bit different, so I'm not saying they're, you know, one-to-one, but it's just they're both two people going through grief. It's just Sonia's in a much more negative light, but both of them have someone in their life who's pushed them to do something that they don't want to do anymore. Gio doesn't want to go to school, he's being pushed by Luna, and Sonia doesn't want to sing anymore, but the manager is pushing her. Two very different extremes, but at least in terms of the way they're seeing each other. Exactly. And the first step for both of them getting out of it, well, there's one thing both of them could do to get out of it. And it was these two. They don't either. And this is how... Yep. And this is, again, this is Geo also talking about himself with this. Stop talking like you know anything. This is the stuff he's been needing to say to them about himself. The difference is also between the two, they have the two forces pushing them. Luna knows when to back off. Yep. Speaking of exploding stuff, Harp. I actually really do like Harp's whole design. Just like the actual fire at the end, kind of similar to like the little like parts of Sonia's hoodie. It is funny, just like Harp's whole personality compared to, say, Omegasys. Where Omegasys is kind of holding... They both have something they're holding over the two humans. Harp is basically exploiting Sonia's grief, sadness, and frustration and anger. Where Omegasys is exploiting Geo's desire to know what happened to his father. There you go. The only other actual, like, human-looking transformation, or at least, you know, primarily human transformation, where you can see their face. Everyone else has always been, like, a full body change. Sonia's is the only one where it's still in this general form. That's like, oh no, let's be honest, it's more like, it's more Kamen Rider Super Sentai-esque, or Tokusatsu-esque in general with their designs. Just where their faces are visible instead of completely covered. Which is funny I say that, because if I remember correctly, Vent and Gray's Mega Merge animations in ZX Advent are based off of Tokusatsu. Because that's what I've always seen. Where Ale and Ash are more like Magical Girl anime. Ah, great, this guy again. I actually can't blame this guy. He is just doing his fucking job. It's also interesting that Sonia's hair color actually completely changes when she EM wave changes. Because it goes from red to, it goes from red to blonde. Omega's greatest enemy. Women. It is funny because, so, unsurprisingly, Sonya is one of the last reoccurring characters we're going to be meeting in this game, if I remember correctly. And Sonya, and by extension, Harp Note, the Harp and, well, their combined form, Harp Note, are reoccurring, and Harp loves teasing Omegasis. As we're about to see here, I think. Actually, I think she's the only one who... Well, actually, Geo's kind of changes a little bit when he becomes Mega Man. But it's not as dramatic of a visual change as Sonya. Someone's gotta stop her before she does something she'll regret. There's actually just a lot of stuff I really like about Sonya, and like that actually kind of makes her unique compared to even Geo. Because Geo on the surface, when you look at Geo, he does just still look like a normal character in this world. He has the normal transfer, doesn't have anything special there. Meanwhile, Sonya's, like I said, she's got the special transfer as a guitar. She's one of the only other people who have an FME and they can regularly merge with, like Geo. And I just like her as a parallel to Geo. Yeah, each time be clear when you're gonna get some Zenny. I believe this is the only time in this game that the dungeon is the overworld itself, which is refreshing, because especially towards the latter half of Battle Network, that started to become a real problem. Like, Battle Network 4, almost every dungeon outside of a Dark Void was in the overworld. Which was annoying in Battle Network 4 because of the fact Battle Network 4's whole gimmick was the tournament. It wasn't as bad in Battle Network 5 because Battle Network 5 they did the opposite, where the Dark Voids were the overworld and the recruiting navis were in dungeons. The only exception was Shadow Man. Well, Shadow Man and Gyro Man, depending on your version, I think. Oh, and Toad Man and Medley. She's in her Crash Out arc. I overall like both of their designs though as Mega Man and Harp Note. Because, like, Hard Mode doesn't feel like just, like, another, like, roll-style design. Oh, a second. My dogs are losing their shit. That. Yeah, let's talk about the designs. Geo's feels like a basic suit that can go into a lot of different directions, which they do between the 3 games. I do think it's more the designs they go with are more interesting in Starforce 2. But that's just because, again, first game syndrome. Yeah, they start getting really aggressive with it. Sure, buddy, sure. I do like how Geo questions it. Did you have any HP memories? $310 HP right now. Any bit of HP I can get will help. The other thing about creating brother bands, you get stat boosts. I know where she is, I remember. Just how do I get there? Ah, fuck. Yeah, it starts getting really rough here. That's how you work. Have I hit anyone with poison? No, wait, no, I did hit Cygnus, but it killed him. Yeah. Right now, Harp is just gaslighting her. I could have sworn her name was Liar in the, or Lyra in the, original. Am I just having, like, a weird... No! No! Her name was Liar! Okay, so they changed some of the... They undid some of the localization. So, yeah, in the original release, her name was Liar. But, her name was always Harp in the Japanese, so it looks like they undid some of that, which more than likely means this is either based off the European copy of the game or it's just a complete retranslation. Which, I don't mind them switching her name back to Harp, because it makes Sonia's transformation name make so much more sense, because her name was Harp Note in both versions. It's kind of like with Geo's name. Omegasys' name in the original was Warrock, so that's how he got the name Rockman. Where here in the English version, it's Omegasys, that's where he got Megaman. And I can see that I definitely think it was probably just like a full rework from the ground up because of the fact that they changed Harp Note, but not Omegasys. Oh god, oh fuck, that is a nasty attack I just created there. Hate to say this, but Harp Note might be one of the easiest bosses we've fought so far. Just because none of her attacks are like super hard to dodge. And then there was the fact that I opened up with a 140 attack move. Yeah, that was a bit dickish of me. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Gio's got a point here. It's like you're saying that, but now you're using it to hurt people. I don't think that would make her happy. And he's finally saying it. Because that's the thing that really fucked up Gio. It's not that his dad died, it's that there's no closure. He doesn't know if he's dead or alive. He's just lost in space. There was no, like, coming to terms with it beforehand. It was just, boom. Yeah, this is the only FMian we haven't killed. I like how Megaman's immediately calling, no, no. Omegas is the worst nightmare. She lives here now. From now on, I'm allergic to women. Fucking Omegasis. Here's the thing, I love Harp as a character because of the fact that she's just this perfect like, grant, Sonya and Harp in general are these perfect duality to Gio and Omegasis. Even like Harp just constantly teasing Omegasis. She's like this, kind of like little devious personality compared to Omegasis's, tough guy personality.
She wants to sing for her real fans, not the people who follow the fad. Funny thing, Sonya actually has a full performance song, but it's not until the third game, and it is funny who the song's about. I'm gonna save that. Those who know, please, because I do still want to keep some surprises of the other games for those who have never played these games. So, these games are fairly old at this point, and to go a step further, but I mean, to go a step a little further into like why I want to keep some surprises, is the fact that not only are these games older, but they were on the DS, and were never really as popular as Battle Network. But that's just because of the fact it was a... Battle Network had this issue, well, not Battle Network, just this entire timeline had this one issue in terms of its gameplay. It went from the people who were it was already trying to get Mega Man fans with one gameplay style, and Battle Network over 6 games built up its own community. Then they switched to Starforce, which then redid the entire battle system, and they basically had to start from the ground up again. Like, Gio's like, what do I do? And he's like, I saw this on TV. He's like, wait, what? I love these two idiots. I love them so much. Hurry up and do something before we get arrested. Also, it's the first time we've seen Gio's dad's portrait. I don't know if Megaman is being serious or if he's fucking with Gio right now. That's the best part. His first brother band. Once you get Sonya, you get access to the First Barrier and Undershirt abilities. First Barrier is the way it's always worked. You start with a barrier now anytime you enter combat, and Undershirt is any attack that would finish you off leaves you with 1 HP. So yeah, now we've got our actual first brother, we can now talk about the fact that this game doesn't have a straight ability system like Battle Network did with the Navicust. It instead gives you those abilities from the brother band. I never messed with the actual, like, real brother band system, like the ones with not from the game itself, but from the from other players, because I was the only one I knew who played Starforce at the time. I never got to use it.
And it's this guy again. She gets cool powers, meanwhile we have one yelling at us. Her alien's better than ours. Can we trade? And now Harp is completely stuck in a Mega's life. He fucking hates it. And this is the first time that the pendant has glowed. The pendant is going to become story relevant now. Which is funny, because it's like, the pendant is the whole symbol of Starforce. And it only matters in the first game. So this is not a dream. A lion, a Pegasus, and a dragon. So obviously, they are the server, like the satellites. They're connected to that, as they are the same titles. Well, same shape. And they have the same auras as the FMians, but theirs are slightly different. I couldn't remember this was chapter 4 or 5 this happens. Lord! Not yet. But, yeah, the 3 strange shadows. I think I might have gotten chapters 4 and 5 switched in my head. So I think chapter 4 is when we get into, like, the massive game difference. I'm correct, this male is... Okay, that's a transfer memo. Okay, so there's another ability that we've got because Sonya is now on our brother band. And this is also why I would recommend forming brother bands with real people, because you could get... It's essentially 6 cards you could add to your deck for free, but it's kind of weird how it behaves. Mr. Boreal is one of his oldest friends, so makes sense. So, okay, because this is the only thing to talk about with the brother band system. So first off, for not just the undershirt and first pair from Sonya, you also get plus 30 to your HP, so you get much stronger for each brother band. I believe that goes up. I might be thinking of Starforce 2. But you also get access to a special card now. It'll be a brother card, so it'll be whichever character you meet. So Sonya, if you form brother bands with other people, you'll get access to their card. And it will do a roulette wheel of the 6 cards they have set as favorites. If I remember correctly, also, if your brother band, like your real brother band, is with someone who has a different version of the game, so say I had one that was set to someone playing Starforce Leo, you can use that form. But I might be thinking of Starforce 2 in that regard. Hey, Luna. Would that be a good time to talk about the weird chaos that is Gio's love life? I think I remember what his very important role is. It's really funny. Especially when you find out what the play is. Yeah, so this is... I thought this was chapter 5. So I did get chapters 4 and 5 switched in my head. Well, she is called Luna, and you're called Gio. It's baby steps, Luna, baby steps. I know Megan is on her side. He's like, finally, I get to see what the inside of school is. Like, Omega is just generally curious. I do love just the the complete horror when he realizes what the fuck school is. This is more of a thing in Star Force 2 and definitely in 3 about Omegas' opinion on school flipping. Oh hey, new character, unique sprite. I wonder if he'll be important. The funny thing is I joke about that, but Miss Mari was in multiple Battle Network games and she had a unique sprite. I think the only other person with her sprite was her sister? Geo has a rep. Liar. Liar. I love how everyone's like, bullshit. I like this guy. He's great. Those are 7 kids, like, holy fuck! Dog's pawing at the door. I think he needs to go out again. Fun fact, in, I believe it's Star Force 3, the snack shop, you can actually buy something from it, and it gives you codes that you can use for, I can't remember here the full thing you use it for. You use it for, I'd like to say it's for Cypher Mail, or it's for, getting special cards and items. Wait, I know these costumes. A blue outfit with a stripe and helmet. And a Why does this all feel familiar? Title of this play is Megaman versus the Cowman. I love how she remembers Megaman, but she doesn't remember Flame Taurus. Yeah, okay, so now this is what we talk about.
Luna has a crush on Megaman. Yeah, he's not real. Yeah, so Bud remembers him with Luna, and Luna remembers both incidents, though I don't know if Bud's just saying that because he's Bud or what. And Luna only saw him on his way out during the truck incident. I like just the you wouldn't happen to be a fan of his. It's like Gio's like, oh, fuck. It's a jammer. It's a big one, too. Grinned at us. He knows we're Mega Man. So that was smart of him. He tried to get rid of us before we could EM wave change. We check Luna's transer now. See, she's still talking about. Yeah, no, she's still talking about Geo. If you check eventually, if I remember correctly, she starts talking about Mega Man. Though that might be Starforce 2 I'm thinking of. Yeah, so, yeah, Bud's now talking about Sonya retiring. Yeah. Wait, fuck. Really? Huh, I forgot about that with Zack. So we get a preview of a couple future, bosses there. Those bosses in Zack's transer are all of the bosses who are rematchable, like they're NPCs scattered around the world. Now for the first time we get Sonya's card. And it's a dud. No, it's not a dud. Like, HP 120 is still really good. But it's a dud here for now. Just in case I missed. I didn't mean to do that, but dang. Yeah, there's a lot of weird spots you can only reach as Mega Man. Just like there's areas as Mega Man you can only reach as Geo and then switching to Mega Man. It does add another layer of just figuring out the world.
actually said that kind of gets lost in the later Starforce games, but that's because they add a different layer of complexity. Starforce 3, I feel, has, like, in my opinion, my favorite version of the world, with the EM roads and the physical roads. Starforce 2 is a little, I'll talk about that when we get to Starforce 2. Yep. It's another jammer, but this one's different. This is Jammer G. Don't worry about damaging him. It is completely impossible to hurt him. And there's Heartbeat's card. I actually wanted to talk about Heartbeat's card. She's kind of unique. If an enemy's in front of Harpnote, she'll use the shrink shot and then send a series of notes after the enemy. If the enemy is not in front of her, instead she summons the two speakers and does the same thing and shoots the shots. Okay, you just gotta go a couple turns. He's durable. He actually managed to knock us off the wave roads. It's gone. Were you there this whole time? Patrick Spriggs. You have no idea. We'll talk more about Pat later. So the funny thing about Starforce is, like, most Mega Man series have usually equivalents, so, like, I'll use Mega Man to Mega Man X here. X is the equivalent to Mega Man, 0 is the equivalent to Proto Man. I guess you could argue Axel's an equivalent to Base, except he just did a heel turn. Battle Network in general has a lot more parallels because it's just one-to-ones for a lot of them, just new stories. Starforce does not have a Proto Man equivalent. Since Harp Note is a roll equivalent, though I guess you could argue maybe Harp Note is also a little bit of a Proto Man equivalent, I guess. Just because she does serve as one of Mega Man's closest allies and started as an enemy, similar to to Proto Man. He does have a base equivalent, but we don't get him till the next game. Dogs are losing their fucking mind. Yeah, so here on out, enemies are going to get a lot stronger, so we need to get stronger. Hold on, give me a second. They're actually using it. What the fuck are they barking at? Okay. Let's continue on. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on with the pendant. I think the only person who knows anything about this pendant is Gio's dad. Back to the roof. Something very strong. It's these three again. They are the shadows of the three satellite admin. Satellite Pegasus admin, Pegasus Magic. Satellite Leo admin, Leo Kingdom. And Satellite Dragon admin, Dragon Sky. It's when we formed the brother band with Sonia. The brother band system is sort of at the heart of everything. They're bound by the same rules as the other EM beings. Their power gets weakened when they're here. The power of the stars, the Starforce. Yeah, so they point out Harp Note's frequency is different from them, but Omegasys is very similar to theirs. Yep. So let's talk about the fact that we've been fighting Emians at this point, but they are from planet AM. Their ultimate weapon, Andromeda. This is sort of the first hint that Omegasys has some hidden secret besides everything with Geo's dad. Now we just gotta find the 5-star Guardians and beat them. And yeah, the Starforce, it's the, so the shape that the Starforce takes is dependent on your version. I forgot what his transers said, as well as what his favorite cards were. I'm probably gonna drop Radar Missile 1. We're at the point now where there's gonna be a lot more elemental enemies, so it's just gonna be... It loses its value as the game goes on. I gotta take out that guy in the back, otherwise this is never gonna end. I'm actually gonna pulse out because I think I'm doing this not in the wrong order, but like that was definitely Starlight Force, so that means that that's the fourth one. There's a more efficient way to go like path to follow to get them all. Fucked up and forgot to activate the mega attack. Do be careful, because I believe every enemy in all the Starforce styles will be giant, so this is really just the first test to see if you're ready for the rest of the game. So it is only gonna get harder. The thing is, as I was mentioning earlier, the Starforce itself is not really the most useful thing. I'll talk about why in detail later. Well, actually, the simplest one, it has to do with the way this game handles the Starforce power compared to its equivalents in the other games. I'd say Starforce 3 is probably my favorite, but that's also just because the way that game handles it is vastly different. Like, seeing how Starforce 3 was, I'm really curious to see what gameplay changes they were going to make in Starforce 4. You will want to save before you go do this. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it canceled Bumble. I forgot about that. I remember I actually fight Harpnote. Okay. I do want Harpnote's card so I can use it without the roulette system. Just because it is a really good card for damage, especially because it also leaves the enemy stunned and not flashing afterwards. So, Harpnote's really good setup for chains. Pegasus Shadow. So Pegasus Shadow is going to be a powerful water type boss. So if you have electric cards, use them. I forgot that the ice shards it fires are solid objects, so they can stop my, wide shot. That was a risk. Is he just straight up immune to stun? I haven't fought the shadows in a long time, so I kind of forgot what their weaknesses are. Yeah, he still didn't use all of his abilities. So he makes the Starforce his own, or they're fucked. Wait, that's Ghost Kid. I believe the Visipoint EM Road is where Harpnote's ghost is. Just don't know. Oh! She's got no new attacks, but she has a lot more health, so the fight's gonna drag on longer. Also, probably is helping her that I didn't get that absurd start I had last time. And it's done. 200 damage. Heartbread and Taurus Fire tend to be, like, the two most common cards I use. Though there's a couple other cards I might swap out Taurus with. All these people telling him to go to school. Want to see him. Sonya's already working on it. Can't fall behind. Let's give him a big clap. It just took 3 fucking chapters. So welcome to Echo Ridge Elementary. This is where pretty much the rest of Chapter 4 is going to take place. The legend returns. Cool teacher. That's an interesting way to teach. Yeah, so the Brother Band and that whole system is just a further extension of the philosophy we saw in Battle Network. He doesn't introduce me. He's not as cool. Abelard! Yeah. Oh, right. In this game, he likes school. I think the next one or the third one, Omega starts to hate it. Oh, right, I forgot this is where you get that. May I introduce the Luna folder, which is, gives us the ability to now have 2 folders in our collection. I'm just taking out the cards that I want. And I'm just gonna throw in a bunch of junk cards to even it out back. Because I can't back out without it having enough cards to operate. Yeah, don't care. Okay, let's see. Upgrade the cannon. Did I have to talk to Luna again? Who's left to talk to? Oh, I didn't go far enough up to see Pat. Time to see this oh so important role. I mean, come on, with Gio's hair, his height, and everything. We all know who he's gonna be. He's the perfect fit for this role. So Pat's Mega Man. But then who's Gio? Well, there's the subtitle of all Mega Man. It sounds like something Classic would say. In all honesty, that sounds like something Classic Mega Man would say. I agree with the Mega Sits. Yep. We've been tricked. Bamboozled. Yeah, it was a treat. It takes her a good while to realize Gio is Mega Man. Yep. And then there's the study wave system. We saw one of the kids talking about this. the only time this guy makes an appearance in the franchise. I don't mean the teacher, I mean the principal. The teacher sticks around. I'm trying to remember. I think he actually... I know him and a couple of Starforce 1 characters reappear in Starforce 3, and they actually kind of have an interesting situation going on. He's got 7 kids to take care of. Again, holy fuck, man. He has 7 kids. And you know what? I kind of feel for his conflict. I don't disagree with him, though, from a teaching perspective. And here's the problem. So, keeping with our constellation theme, Libra! I do like how each of the FMians are playing on a different, weakness. Well, not even different weakness, a different problem eating away at the individual. Cygnus preyed on Tom's, distrust of everyone and his fear of being, of someone stealing his work again. And that's what he used to basically drive that wedge between him and Boreal, which then allowed him to take over. Taurus just put pressure on Bud, not wanting to be alone, and the weakness he felt after Geo punched him. Harp preyed on Sonia's loneliness and, well, all the problems she was having with the manager and her doubts she was having with the songs. I feel, unlike the NetOps in Battle Network, I feel bad for a lot of the humans in Starforce. Because a lot of them have, like, understandable motivations. With really one exception in Starforce 1, none of them really feel like cartoonish motivations. They kind of all feel a little real. One gets a little insane. It's not even cartoonish. The problem itself feels real, but the actual, like, everything going on is just so fucking insane. The vibe is completely different. Like, I will say this, of all the people we've seen bond with an FMian so far, his is the most dramatic personality shift.
It's got Geo too. Geo has one advantage above everyone else right now. And that is the fact that he's got Omegasis kind of operating independently. Yeah, it's not a very pleasant wave. And there we go. Yeah, he's completely out of it. But Omegasis has been able to do one thing this whole time. The only power he has. Geo, clench your teeth. And this is Libra, the FMEN of balance. The only other one who was immune. Well, we were immune because Omegasis punches out, but this is sort of the thing. Keep an eye on Pat. There's something different. Nope, not anymore. But it's more so just the fact that he's only about balance. It's affecting everyone. Yeah, so this bond is probably one of the weakest of all of them so far. Taurus and Bud, that bond was probably the strongest they had, just because of the fact both of them are kind of... They're both kind of simple. But this one, Libra's basically forcing him to go completely against his beliefs. We need to find a wave hole. The only wave holes I know about in the school are all on the first floor. Oh, there we go. Okay, I just didn't remember that one was there. Yeah, Pat was gone. Wasn't in any of the other rooms either. And yep. Time for round 2. You're not dead yet. Back in your subconscious. Sonya was the first friend Geo had, but Luna was the first one to believe in Megaman. With that, we now gain access to the Starforce power, which is the unique transformation of this game. Sadly, we lose it, but hey, we get it for one game. See, this game does not do something like the style changes or the double souls. Instead, we get armors. One of the few times we actually see the field sprite for the transformed Mega Man. Yeah, I'm gonna skip past this just so I can explain it all myself. So, as he explained briefly, no longer are we limited to columns, but we can now operate in rows. But if you pick 2 from the same column, it does limit you. So you can now choose like a straight across or up down. Your charge shot has also changed. It is very similar to the B-style form, but it has no timer outside of what's it called? The only timer is getting damaged. I actually still think the actual B-style forms themselves are stronger.
And it was also easier to use. Like, I find the Starforce cards to be really unwieldy because the only way you could use them in standard combat outside of story events like this is you need the Starforce card. There's only one copy of the card in your deck at all times, and you could go entire battles without it ever popping up. In Starforce 2, they switch it out where Starforce 2 makes it more akin to... Well, actually, no, Starforce 2 gives you an item so you can start in your transformed state. And Starforce 3 actually switches to a system more similar to the style change system, but also adding a new mechanic on top of it. Yeah, so that now we just got is from Pegasus Magic. It's an explanation about how Starforce works. So yeah, it's right down here, and it's only a single card. There's no way to rig... Since there's no way to rig your deck, it's just... You kind of have to roll with it. Do I still have any more ground waves in my deck? Aperture 20 Zenny. So I know I saw blue mystery data in here. And it's just radar missile too. Someone likes field manipulation. Do be careful, though. If you get hit by an electric attack, you will be knocked out of your transformation. And once you're knocked out, it's gone. You cannot get it back in a battle. Now to our next dungeon. I completely forgot like what the fuck's going on here. Then yeah, so as you go through the dungeon, you're gonna have these things shoot tests at questions at you. You only have a few seconds to answer them, so yeah, you actually have to be on your toes. This dungeon itself is going to be filled with a mix of fire and water enemies, if I remember correctly, so that's something to keep on mind. Mostly because of the fact that those are the two elements that represent. But I hate studying. Too bad. Study more. We're gonna do something really quick after I'm done this room. Oh, after I'm done this room. Remember correctly, to clear the room, you just have to find all of the study wave devices and destroy them. Green! She turns back to base. I have to make sure I'm reading them correctly because where I'm sitting is a little blurry because I'm not wearing my glasses. So if I remember correctly, I think the pulse cannon has more. I don't know if it's still a hit scan or if it actually hits enemies behind it. Also, okay, no, Sonya definitely, I think, powered up because I'm no longer getting just Harp Node 1. I think that was Harp Node 2. Yeah, she's now a level 15, so you can see all of her cards powered up. Or a bunch of her cards are powered up. Not sure on the Harp Node card itself. Okay, just give me one day. I have to run out, do something. No. Before we continue, create a save really quick and check, see if if I can actually get a battle in here. Wait, that's it, Starforce. What? Oh, okay, that's why. Oh, no, we actually got someone. Let's go! Rather than lose. Oh, yeah. Please be Starforce 1. Nope, it's Starforce 3.
Match start!
Oh, fuck. Of course you got Mega Boost.
Match start! Atomic Blazer!
Yeah.
You lose!
Okay, so that's how it works. So let's see here. Is that okay? So that's only for Starforce 3. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay. So for now, let's take everything else but Starforce 1 out of the rotation. And I guess there's no one in Starforce 1 right now. It looks like the common one's gonna be Starforce 3.
Fucking what?
Three minus 2 set 1 plus. Okay, that goes back to 2. Yeah, so while you are in your Starforce form, instead of getting your normal card, like your normal draw free card, your counters instead will give you Starforce bursts. Which one you get depends on the version you're playing. It's Atomic Blazer for Leo. It is Magician's Freeze for Pegasus, and then finally for Dragon, it is an Elemental Tornado. And they deal massive damage of their corresponding elements. So, blue mystery data. see here. I don't know if I'll do what I'll do with post games yet, just because, in particular, Starforce 1's post game is a little funky. It's not as bad as, say, Battle 4's, but it's a little weird what you have to do. I'm not good under pressure. Not even that the questions are hard, it's just that I panic because of the fact that I only have a few seconds. These ones have a new trick. They can down jump diagonally. I think it's the most amount I've seen a Starforce card in my entire time playing this game. This proves Shade is dumb. We all knew it to be true. It was toast. I just saw that in the upper right. The other one that threw me off, the one where it's asked what you can eat. It's the fact that hot dog is spelled wrong. But I immediately went to it. I think that's it. So our fight against Libra here, pretty simple. He's gonna be dipping between two rows, and he will be firing off ice shots and water shots and fire shots. But Libra himself is neutral element. If you're a Leo player, this fight can be a little rough, mostly because of the fact the water damage. Yeah, not that hard of a fight. This incident will shut down the study wave. think the principal also gets fired. I'm not sure. I have to check the other games. Hey, he didn't want to use it. If the whole thing is being blamed on the study wave, he should be praised. I love it. Fuck, he did say those words. This is his own fault. If he was really as Megaman or she's just going crazy, you'll never know. And she started to realize it. That brings chapter 4 to a close. Yeah, that's the new mechanic we just got. So the way the best combo works is it only works against, as said there, EX or SP enemies. I don't think, yeah, I can't leave yet. But once you get them, you can there's an NPC in the world who can turn them from combos on your profile into actual cards you can use. But you have to deal 300 damage with a non-dimming card. With non-dimming cards. So you're not allowed Giga or Mega. Even if they are the non-dimming. I don't think this game has any non-dimming Giga or Mega, but still. Now we're just back to like just normal daily life for Geo. Normal daily life stuff.